Hey everybody, Ross Space here. So a little earlier we saw Dzhezkazgan and the rest. Let's see here, hold on. Let me get my ducks in a row. I'm totally not a broadcaster. So I just wanted to get the stream started early, so we got Dzhezkazgan, Drew Morgan, and Oleg Skripochka. All buttoned up in the Soyuz, ready to go back to Kazakhstan. They'll be undocking here in a little while. The stream for that starts, or rather the live broadcast for that starts in about 22 minutes. And they will be undocking first, and then their deorbit burn will be in a couple of hours. I'll go ahead and leave the stream running in between those times. I might not be on doing a Q&A during that whole time. I need some time for myself after all, but I'll give you something to watch while you're waiting. I just don't want to do 3 streams, because we had the one stream earlier, and then this stream, and then there's going to be the deorbit landing stream. I mean, the deorbit landing segment of the stream. So, let's see. Hard echo. Okay. That should be good. My bad. There we go. Testing, testing. Just waiting for the buffer so I can verify that it worked. That should be good. My bad. Okay. So, let me switch to my headset. Audio output to my headset. Perfect. Echo, echo. All right. Ducks in a row. Libby Styler, excellent question. Who believes this crap? Well, clearly, if you believe that I am floating above the Earth at approximately 250 miles with my SpaceX cap on and my open back headphones with a little Soyuz module floating next to me, then you would be mistaken. I'm not floating in space. That image is being brought to you through the magic of chroma key technology. However, what we are about, what we're about to see is the Soyuz module. On which Soyuz is it? MS something. MS-15. I thought it was MS-15. I should have just said that. Soyuz MS-15 undock from the space station, and then a couple of hours later, it's going to deorbit and land safely in Kazakhstan with Dzhezkazgan, Drew Morgan, and Oleg Skripochka. So, yeah. Tosh, 0.0, 0.1. Are you different, Tosh? Okay. So, if you want proof that this is a green screen, let's see here. Since we're playing around. Oh, look at that. Amazing. It's almost as if I'm sitting in my house. Boop. And now I'm in space. Isn't that amazing? But NASA doesn't use any of those tricks because they have the real thing. All right, Libby, goodbye. This time I actually get to announce a ban as I am executing it. Boop. All right, so I just had a Q&A session a short time ago at the end of the previous stream. But do feel free to send any more questions my way. And in the remaining 28 minutes we've got, we'll see if I can answer any of them. I really wish I had my Yin Yang Planets mug with me. I left it at work, and of course I haven't been to the office in weeks. So, as a matter of fact, aside from the unending stylishness of the SpaceX cap, I'm also wearing that because my hair is just long and unruly. I haven't had it cut in, I don't know, over 2 months now, and it just doesn't do what I want it to do. So, for any of you who are curious, genuinely curious about the image we're seeing, the Earth scrolling by in the background is our recorded views from NASA's high-definition Earth viewing cameras on the ISS, which I don't know if they ever got them back up and running, but they broadcast 24/7 for at least 4 years. And hey, Astronomy Films, I see you there. Yeah. So what I did was I would come home from work. I would see what was playing on the HDEV. I would record segments of it and keep the because they cycle through 3 cameras. There's the forward-looking camera, and then the nadir camera, which points straight down, and then the rearward viewing camera, which you would usually see like a Soyuz module hanging down from the ISS in frame. And I would choose segments from the forward-facing camera because there's no other stuff in the view, except for in the corner, that corner, where there's a little wedge of the ISS that you can see. Actually, it's not. Don't think it's a wedge of the ISS. I think it's the edge of the camera housing that you're seeing there. Anyway, oh, my phone is reminding me that I have a live stream. Oh, and now my browser's reminding me that I have a live stream. So, let's see. Peyton, back with the questions. Good to see you. How many CRS missions will Northrop Grumman send to the space station? CRS missions will Northrop Grumman send to the space station. Okay, so the nomenclature is a little confusing. Maria, I know I have an international audience here. Should I slow down my speech a little bit? I can talk fast if I've got something on my mind, but I want to make sure that I'm understood. And since we have such a beautifully international audience here, I want to make sure that I'm not speaking too quickly to be understood by everyone. So what I will do is speak very slowly. No, I won't. Okay. So the naming conventions of the mission designators are a little confusing because you've got SpaceX Dragon CRS missions, and you've also got Northrop Grumman Cygnus CRS missions, which are also referred to by NG designators. So NG for Northrop Grumman. So what I decided to do for the purposes of this channel is use the NG designators for Northrop Grumman missions and slow speech. Use the NG designators for Northrop Grumman and use CRS for SpaceX. So as for how many missions Northrop Grumman will continue, how many cargo supply missions Northrop Grumman will continue to fly to the ISS with Cygnus, I have no idea. I'm not aware of any ramp down to the Cygnus missions. So far as I'm aware, they're just going to continue doing them. Transcode, coming in from Chile. Glad to have you. By the way, Trans is awesome. Been listening to it for well over 2 decades now. Jimmy wants me to go even slower. Okay. Well, oh, the snail. That's very nice. Pizza2.0.com/.org. The feed of this stream will be continuous. Well, no, the feed won't be continuous. That is to say, we're not going to see a continuous feed of video from the craft as it descends or whatever. So what's going to happen is, starting in about 22 minutes, NASA will begin their live broadcast, and I will bow out for a bit. And at 9, I'm just going to bring up the deets here. So 22 minutes, the live coverage begins. And then 24 minutes after that, undocking is scheduled, which means the Soyuz will come apart from the ISS, will detach from the ISS, and begin pulling away from the ISS to a safe distance. And then that will we'll see that for a while, and then that broadcast from NASA will end, and then at midnight Eastern time, which is a little less than 3 hours from now, so more like 2.5 hours, 2 hours 41 minutes or whatever, NASA will begin their live deorbit and landing coverage, and then 23 minutes after that broadcast begins will be the deorbit burn, and then another 25 minutes after that, they'll be landing near Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. Whew, kakalaki. So there's a lot of waiting involved, but once they do that deorbit burn, it's really quick, actually, to get down to the ground. What I don't know offhand, and hopefully they'll tell us this during the broadcast, is at what altitude they will be at when they do the deorbit burn. That is, are they roughly at ISS altitude, or do they descend to some deorbit altitude, some lesser altitude, prior to the deorbit burn? I am not actually sure. Hopefully they tell us. And then, so 25 minutes after the deorbit burn, they will land in Kazakhstan. And that also takes into account the time on the parachute, which is at least a few minutes, because the parachute's deployed pretty high up, and then they just float down and come down for a relatively soft landing, although the Soyuz isn't too gentle. Okay, got to get caught up on the messages. Astronomy Films asks, what kind of computer do I have? He says he gets lag when he streams with OBS. So up until recently, what I had was a 5-year-old build. It was a nice computer, but I put it together 5 years ago. It was the graphics was a GeForce GTX 970. It had 16 gigs of RAM for most of its life, and then I recently doubled it to 32. The processor was a Intel 9229 something K. It was a 5-year-old computer, but it was a fairly nice one. However, a couple of weeks ago, you may recall I did a live stream of the build of what I call Nebula, which is my new computer, which is a sort of a semi-god box. It's near top of the line. It's got RTX 2080 Ti graphics and a Ryzen Threadripper 24-core CPU, 128 gigs of RAM, dual M.2 SSD, RAID 0 drives, etc., etc. And I'm actually working through some kinks because some of the software I am accustomed to using in my workflow. By the way, Tosh, thank you very much for that. What do they call it? Smart emoji something for the little pear. Thank you for the exercising pear. I appreciate that. What do they call those things? Super stickers. That's right. Super stickers and super chats. One way to show your appreciation and have some fun at the same time, which is what it's all about here. That and learning stuff. So, yeah, so the new computer, much more robust than the old one, but I'm still having to work through some issues because some of the software I use has, I don't know, it's not optimized for the new architectures or something, I'm not sure. But I am working through some issues with that. But in any case, for the longest time, I did actually have some lag issues when streaming with my webcam going on the old computer. And I wasn't sure why, but the new one, obviously, doing great. But this computer's way, like, more than you would need just to stream. I got this because I need to process enormous video files, and it's also been 5 years since I built my last computer, so it was time for an upgrade, and I chose to make it a big one. Let us see here. Trance is the best, bro. Good morning from Mumbai, India. Good morning to you, Alfred. I should really get in the practice of reading the comments as I'm speaking so that I can respond to them without having to go back 5 minutes. Northrop Grumman Space Ace. Yes, Northrop Grumman missions launch on Antares rockets out of Wallops Island, Virginia. That's correct. And now, actually, Rocket Lab has, I think they've finished or are very close to finishing a launch pad of their own in Wallops Island, Virginia, to complement their launch pad 1 or Launch Complex 1 in New Zealand. So kind of opposite sides of the world. Jimmy White, yes, we will see the landing unless the weather prevents us. I'm not sure what the weather forecast is. Here, Wolfram. No, say weather. Kazakhstan. Let's see if it can handle that. The weather in Kazakhstan currently includes no precipitation with no cloud cover data. With no cloud cover data available. A wind speed of 3 meters per second and a temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. So it's a little chilly. It's a little above freezing. And it says no precipitation. Now, as far as the cloud cover, I'm not sure. Now, sometimes it's awfully hazy, and they do land out in the middle of bleeding nowhere. So, sometimes our view of the actual landing is not great. We usually see the parachutes coming down. Sometimes we can't actually see touchdown. Sometimes we can. We'll see. We'll see what we can see. Chris V asks how the CPU cooler is working. Pretty good, I think. The CPU hasn't overheated, although sometimes when I'm playing my game, Elder Scrolls Online, I've noticed that the chipset is actually running quite hot, but that's not like the all-in-one liquid cooler that is servicing my CPU doesn't have anything to do with the chipset. That's just the CPU. So if the CPU, if the chipset's overheating, that's the fault of the motherboard cooling system. But I'll have to keep my eye on it and, you know, maybe, I don't know, add a chipset cooler or something. Okay. Notification. TLI-72, welcome back. Cassie Reddy asks why the ISS is not placed in an elliptical orbit. So, all orbits are actually elliptical. Some are more close to circular than others. Earth is in a very close to circular orbit, which means that our distance from the sun doesn't change much. But all orbits are elliptical. And the ISS's orbit is elliptical. And the ISS's orbit, as all orbits do, degrades over time. So it's actually, in the case of the ISS, it's due to atmospheric drag. Even at 250 miles altitude, there's still stray oxygen particles and other atmospheric molecules that are floating around up there that create a drag on the ISS and cause it to lower its altitude by multiple meters per day. And so every so often they have to boost it back up by accelerating, basically. And you want the ISS to be in a roughly circular orbit, not a highly elliptical orbit, because for a number of reasons. I mean, the alignment with communication satellites and I mean, you'd need to have a compelling reason not to put it into a roughly circular orbit. And they don't, like, for one thing, they can't go, terribly much higher because there's a lot of satellites up there, and they orbit the ISS below the orbits of most satellites. So if the ISS were in a more elliptical orbit, then it would put it sort of more into the path of potential, collisions that they would need to avoid by either they can actually use the Soyuz modules, thrusters that are attached to the ISS to push it in different directions and actually kind of steer it to avoid hazards if necessary. But best to just keep it below where most of the action is going on up there. Okay, so at this point, NASA is about to begin their coverage. So here we go.
Andrew Morgan, Jessica Meir, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skripochka. Having conducted meticulous system checks, including leak checks on the hatch and depressurizing the space between the vehicle and the station, the crewmates are now in their so-called launch and entry suits and strapped into their seats, one step closer to coming home. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire, and I'm here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 3 team is currently on console, monitoring all of the systems aboard the International Space Station. Leading teams tonight is Flight Director Marcos Flores, down at the bottom of your screen, and to his right, Capcom Andreas Mogensen, who's communicating with the astronauts aboard the station. Visiting Vehicle Officer Mike Campion is keeping tabs on the Soyuz vehicle, preparing to depart here in just about 22 minutes. This is a balcony view of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, a town outside of Moscow. That is the team that will be controlling all of tonight's landing operations. You'll hear this team refer to the Soyuz crew as Sarmat, the call sign chosen by Oleg Skripochka, commander of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft, whenever MCC Moscow addresses the crew.
I can see the image on symbol test. Yes, copy. And on the laptop?
Inaudible.
On MPEG viewer, on the laptop, I see something gray.
Standing by with the commands V17, approach flag, and also RAW approach. Do not send this command yet. V18 is also should not be sent.
But as to video service, it's all black. Cannot see anything. Copy. But I'm done with step 5. Everything is correct for step 5. Copy.
You can hear Commander Oleg Skripochka speaking with teams on the ground, continuing those checks in preparation for the Soyuz to undock from the Zvezda portion of the space station, scheduled for 8:53 p.m. Central Time. Tonight, the teams in the Russian Mission Control Center on your screen, as well as here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, are fully focused on the departure of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft, with Jessica Meir, Andrew Morgan, and Oleg Skripochka inside. Drew Morgan's 272-day mission began on July 20th, 2019, the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing. He launched aboard the Soyuz MS-13 spacecraft along with Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency and Alexander Skvortsov of Roscosmos. During his journey, he traveled over 115.3 million miles orbiting Earth and also contributed to hundreds of experiments in biology, earth science, human research, and more. During his time on board, he conducted 7 spacewalks, totaling 45 hours and 48 minutes, 4 of which were dedicated to improving and extending the life of the station's alpha magnetic spectrometer as it looks into the universe for evidence of dark matter. He's now got the record for the 4th longest individual spaceflight for an American, with those 272 days on his first mission.
Using VKU and using camera. The next RDR minus 1044400 is
Jessica Meir and Oleg Skripochka, who launched on the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft departing tonight, arrived on September 25th, 2019. They traveled over 86.9 million miles during their stay aboard the International Space Station, and for Meir, it was her first spaceflight, conducting the first 3 all-woman spacewalks with NASA astronaut Christina Koch, totaling 21 hours and 44 minutes outside the hatch. Skripochka is completing his 3rd spaceflight for a cumulative 536 days in orbit.
We confirm Sudan power.
Yes, directory.
We copy. We copy. TVS. Go. Inaudible.
Taking a look, it was a very busy time for the International Space Station during the expedition on which these crew members were on board. We saw 3 arrivals of SpaceX Dragon cargo craft, 2 of the Russian Progress resupply craft, and 2 Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft. Additionally, there was an uncrewed Soyuz that visited the space station and 2 Soyuz spacecraft that brought crews along with them. There was also the arrival of the Japanese HTV cargo vehicle, a very busy time, and a lot of traffic aboard the International Space Station.
Ivan, first step 3.3, please check.
04, we have primed command 17.
We're supposed to have an image by now.
Earlier this evening, Morgan, Meir, and Skripochka, which you can see on your screen, Andrew Morgan there on the left, Oleg Skripochka, commander of the Soyuz MS-15 in the middle, and Jessica Meir on the right, said goodbye to their crewmates. You can see Skripochka hugging Chris Cassidy, the new commander of the International Space Station, who will stay behind to live and work on the station, along with Anatoly Evanishin, also there in the center of your screen, and just off camera, joined by Ivan Wagner. This marks the end of the mission for Meir, Morgan, and Skripochka. As we mentioned, an almost 9-month mission for Morgan and 6 months for Meir and Skripochka. The crew floated into the Soyuz MS-15, Jessica Meir going in first, who will be the left seat as board engineer 1, and Drew Morgan in the right seat as board engineer 2, followed by commander of the spacecraft Oleg Skripochka.
Are in the diagram, they're all mated. Copy.
The Soyuz hatch was closed at 5:44 p.m. Central Time, 6:44 p.m. Eastern Time, as the space station was flying 262 statute miles northeast of Japan. Since then, the crew has been performing leak checks and systems checks, ensuring their Soyuz is ready to go. They then depressurized the space in between the Soyuz hatch and the Zvezda service module hatch on the space station, bringing that down to a vacuum for their departure. In the past few hours, they've also donned their white Sokol launch and entry suits, and they're now strapped into their Soyuz at the aft port of the Zvezda module, ready for their journey home.
Yes, we can see it.
Есть уже ТВ, USB 2, да?
So you have USB 2A. Copy.
Since the closure of this hatch earlier, we mentioned some of those systems and vehicle checks that have been performed. And there have also the port hooks on the Zvezda service module aft are now open, setting the stage for the undocking command to be sent to the Soyuz. And with the crew of 3 tucked safely away in the Soyuz in their seats, that undocking command is scheduled to be sent at 8:52 p.m. Central Time.
Ground 1 for Ivan. Go ahead.
Есть предложение сначала отключить.
We propose that you restart the application per step 11.
Потом заново включить по шагу 5.
And then do step 5 again and do the activation for step 5. And first I
Значит, делаем по шагу 1.
use step 11.2, close the video server.
Потом по шагу 5 заново.
And then step 5, reactivate everything. Copy.
Once that undocking command is sent at 8:52 p.m. Central Time, springs on both sides of the docking interface between the docking port itself and Soyuz will push off against each other to allow physical separation of Soyuz from the space station. It'll take about 90 seconds until we see any actual movement from the spacecraft, so undocking itself is scheduled for 8:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Принято. Это на американском сегменте, пока ждем от них реакции.
And this is on USOS, so we'll be standing by for instructions from them, and let's continue working on our task.
Once the Soyuz departs from the space station, it'll be moving at about 1.12 meters per second. And about 3 minutes after separation, there will be an 8-second burn, adding 0.53 meters per second to the Soyuz velocity. So we'll be on the lookout for that separation burn 1. That will carry it far enough away from the station, approximately 32 kilometers or 19 miles, for it to later execute the deorbit burn, scheduled for 11:22 p.m. and lasting 4 minutes and 41 seconds. That deorbit burn is a retrograde firing. It's easiest to understand as a braking maneuver, and it'll slow the spacecraft down by about 128 meters per second, allowing it to fall out of orbit, which is exactly what we want to see this evening. The Soyuz should still have communication with the space station until just after that deorbit burn, when it enters the plasma regime.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for Chris and the caution warning. Hey Chris, let's go over to space to ground 1 if you can, just so we don't interfere with Soyuz.
All right, fine one.
Hey Chris, just wanted to let you know that the enabled warning that came up on the board, we don't have any actions for you at the moment for this. And we're still go for undock.
Okay, copy. Yeah.
Есть передатчик плюс.
I confirm. Closed transmission. We copy.
Есть дисплей плюс ТВ.
And I confirm display plus TV is on. And please issue RDR 44500.
This evening's return to Earth for the Expedition 63 crew will be For the Expedition 62 crew will begin with the undocking at 8:53 p.m. Central Time, just a few minutes from now. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against each other to allow physical separation. The deorbit burn will be scheduled for 11:22 p.m. Central Time. This retrograde burn will slow the Soyuz spacecraft by 128 meters per second, enough to drop it out of Earth's orbit. At 11:50 p.m., the three portions of the Soyuz module will pyrotechnically separate, leaving the orbital module and propulsion module to burn up in the atmosphere, while the descent module you see here, with its 3 crew members, will have its heat shield forward to the direction of travel, protecting them from the heat buildup reaching about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. After the crew is out of the plasma regime, a series of parachutes will open. First 2 pilot parachutes and then a drogue chute, followed by the main chutes that will guide the spacecraft down in a 15-minute descent.
Copy, no image.
Just about 2 seconds before the crew touches down on the ground on the steppe of Kazakhstan, about 92 miles southeast of the town of Dzhezkazgan, there will be a soft landing engine fire. That'll slow down the Soyuz just a bit more, preparing them for that landing.
Inaudible.
Пока пауза у нас.
Есть инструкция запрета КВ.
And we confirm that we can issue the IKV inhibit command. We copy. We are in the indicator mode. We still do not have GSO attitude built. Please issue R7 command on the display number 3 and then activate the headlamp. In work.
Just about 5 minutes away from that undock command being sent to the vehicle. Once again, it'll take about 90 seconds for us to see the physical separation of Soyuz on its journey home to the International Space Station. At the top of your screen is actually a Progress resupply vehicle, just one of the several vehicles that caused so much traffic during these recent expeditions.
And I sent this command once. We copy.
Sure. This is a good look at where the Soyuz MS-15 is right now. You can see that progress at the bottom of your screen, which you just had a clear view of live in real time from the space station. That Soyuz MS-15 is docked to the aft port of the Zvezda module.
We copy.
We're awaiting that undocking command to be sent in just a few moments from now.
Moscow Station.
Upon its departure, MS-15 will leave behind the Soyuz MS-16 module, or Soyuz spacecraft.
That's nominal.
Thank you.
I am ready with D7. S16 is not illuminated.
This is our view from the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft. We'll be watching here as that undocking command is sent just a few minutes from now, and we'll be looking to see that separation at 8:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Moscow Station, Space and Ground 1, go ahead. First step 8. I'm activating recording. Copy.
Экипаж МКС по Москву в канале СГ-1 для Ивана.
Station Moscow, Space to Ground 1 for Ivan. Go ahead.
Запись на вьюере включаем. 8.
We can start recording on the viewer.
And in just 60 seconds, we can expect Jessica Meir to send that undocking command.
And this is step 8.1. Activate recording
And I sent
mode
D7
on the viewer
command.
in work.
We confirm.
The docking mechanism is powered up, things proceeding smoothly.
Retracted. S13
We have recording.
and mechanical connection command is also confirmed.
Copy.
We copy. We give you a go to send D17 command.
There is
Hooks
no
open.
image. Copy, thank you. So let's
At
stop working
4:52,
with
we'll
the
put it in
server
work.
then.
Copy. D17, are you ready?
I copy.
Ready. Sent.
The command has been sent, and we will now wait for that visible undocking scheduled at 8:53 and 30 seconds Central Time.
We confirm S14 LED is no longer illuminated. And please monitor the docking mechanism for any debris during the undocking process.
And we're currently in a satellite handover as we await to regain communications.
I confirm mechanical connection is no longer illuminated at 4:53:15. And we confirm that there is...
And we have undocking of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft at 8:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time as the space station flew 263 statute miles over eastern Mongolia. Soyuz MS-15 and its crew are flying free, one step closer on their way back home to Earth.
I do not see any FOD, any debris during separation. There is nothing at the docking mechanism. Indicator mode is no longer illuminated, of course. Copy. We copy.
The Soyuz now moving away from the space station at 0.12 meters per second.
Минута прошла.
1 minute in.
Just about 2 minutes until we see that separation burn 1, the 8-second burn, to create the faster opening rate between Soyuz and the station.
прошло, станцию наблюдаем.
2 minutes into autonomous flight, and we see the ISS.
This view of Soyuz backing away from the Zvezda module on the International Space Station, where it has been parked since September 25th. In about 30 seconds, we'll be looking for that separation burn 1.
Есть включение языков на 3-й минуте.
And we confirm there is activation ZKL.
8 секунд, погас.
And you can see the separation burn has begun, that 8-second burn, separating Soyuz from the International Space Station at a rate of 0.53 meters per second.
And we confirm we are moving on to step 9.
And the burn is confirmed as nominal.
Помехи пошли.
There is some interference.
Выдаем Илья-1.
We are sending EL1 command.
Принято.
Copy. There is interference.
Выдаем Илья-1. Выдаем.
E1, should I send it? Yes, send E1 command.
Выдаем А11.
And send A11 command.
Выдаем Дмитрий 8.
And then D8.
Есть. Погасла сторон.
And we see the LED is no longer illuminated. D11, D17.
Выдали.
We sent those commands.
Almost 5 minutes since Soyuz undocked from the International Space Station, now flying free with the crew of Jessica Meir, Andrew Morgan, and Oleg Skripochka on board.
I sent V18 and S18 commands. Copy.
Отлично.
Sent. Great.
Дай ПСП лево и переходим в рут транспортное положение.
And then D5, and then please put the hand controller in the neutral position, translational hand controller in neutral position.
Жалко, ВСК станцию не видно.
Да.
It's a shame we can't really see anything in the periscope. True.
As Soyuz continues to back away from the space station, you can see that upper bulbous portion, that's the orbital module. It includes the rendezvous antennas and the docking probe that was activated upon the undocking command being sent. The center section is where you'll find our crew members. That's the descent module. And they are wearing their Sokol suits, strapped into their designated seats, ready for the ride home. This segment also holds all the life support and the guidance, navigation, and control systems. The lower portion is the propulsion module, where you see those solar arrays that houses the engines and other instruments necessary to maneuver the Soyuz during activities like the Deorbit burn, scheduled to bring the crew down out of Earth's orbit tonight at 11:22 p.m. Central Time.
LED is illuminated.
The only portion of the spacecraft that will survive the heat of re-entry and with a parachuted landing will land on the steppes of Kazakhstan at 12:16 a.m. Central Time is that center portion, the descent module, where the crew is currently seated.
Да что ж ты всё. Как дела?
How are you?
Дай попробую.
Let me try.
Проверь еще раз барашки все.
Check them again.
Похоже, не закрыт.
I think one of them is not closed.
Там есть с моей стороны один.
There is one on my side. Sarmate, this is MCC Moscow. Please select Techn line on the INPU panel.
Плохо слышно, Паш, повтори еще раз.
Pasha, come again. Let's select on input 2, info display.
Есть формат info.
Confirm info display is open. And please select descent tab, and let's compare what you've got there. Descent, you mean? Yes. Tab for descent.
Есть вкладка спуск.
I confirm it's open.
Сверьте тоже, пожалуйста, данные. Вот то, что...
All right, let's verify what you have in the RODF procedures and what you have on the display.
Еще особенность. Здесь уставка
Also,
в десятиричном коде.
it's in the decimal code 950.
Yeah, I was.
That's the first group.
Это где?
Where is that?
Есть.
Okay, I see it. These are SUS settings.
Coming up on 10 minutes since Soyuz undocked from the Zvezda module on the International Space Station, you can hear the crew working with teams on the ground at the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow, as the International Space Station and the Soyuz MS-15 itself are flying over the North Pacific Ocean at 263 statute miles. In that descent module, the center module of the Soyuz spacecraft, you have Commander Oleg Skripochka in the middle seat. On his left, Jessica Meir, the board engineer 1, sort of the backup to the Soyuz commander. And then on the right, Andrew Morgan, returning to Earth after almost 9 months aboard the International Space Station.
Are the same.
Можно, в принципе, выключать телевидение.
You can turn off TV per page 44, and then please send get4 command on the input panel 2.
Данные по формату инфо совпадают. Спасибо.
All data on the info tab
Да, принято.
are the same. Thank you so much for your confirmation.
Экипаж МКС
Copy.
Москвы в канале СГ-1 для Ивана по ТВ-репортажу.
Moscow Station Moscow on ground 1 for Ivan and the media.
Запись.
And I confirm display TVS is up.
You can go ahead and terminate recording.
Включаем.
Your current view of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft is from the International Space Station itself. The next major milestone for Soyuz will be the Deorbit burn, lasting 4 minutes and 41 seconds to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, a braking maneuver that will allow it to drop out of Earth's orbit and back into the atmosphere.
Translation mode.
At that point, Soyuz will be about 32 kilometers from the International Space Station, or 19 miles.
Sarmate, we are done with the undocking. GoPro activation is going to be at 6:10:00 before descent. And then per page 48, you can perform steps to prepare for the descent for that page. And before that, you don't need to do anything. We'll be standing by ready to support. Page 48, step 1, work prep. Copy. Sarmate, we still have comm. We are not going to be bothering you. Just get some rest and prepare for the next steps. If you have any questions or comments, please call us.
Экипаж МКС по Москве.
Station Moscow Space to ground 1 for Ivan. Go ahead.
And I confirm KDU.
TV is off, Ivan, and you are go to press with steps 9 and 10. And also
inaudible 500.
11.2. Close out. And so on.
And we need to...
Soyuz continues to move farther away from the space station, but still very high above the blue marble of Earth. It won't drop out of Earth's orbit until that deorbit burn scheduled for 11:22 p.m. this evening.
You know, go ahead. Issue it.
Just about 5 minutes after the deorbit burn is completed tonight, the orbital module, that bulbous portion at the top of the Soyuz spacecraft, will be depressurized to a vacuum, setting up the systems for the pyrotechnic separation of the modules.
That's good.
The orbital module would depart at 0.82 meters per second, and the propulsion module at the bottom of the spacecraft will depart at 0.58 meters per second. While the center section, the descent module, will have its heat shield exposed in the direction of travel, ablating the almost 2,500 degree Fahrenheit temperatures that build up around it. That protects our crew inside of Oleg Skripochka, Roscosmos cosmonaut and commander of this vehicle, seated in the center, Jessica Meir to his left as board engineer 1, and Andrew Morgan to his right as board engineer 2. Upon the landing of this crew tonight, about 92 miles southeast of Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, the crew will return by Russian helicopters to the recovery staging city in Baikonur, Kazakhstan. That's about a 2.5-hour ride, where they will split up for the first time in 6 months. The NASA crew will then move to ground transportation for about a 3-hour ride to the airport in Kyslorda, where they will board a Gulfstream plane and make their way back to the Ellington Field in Houston. Skripochka will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft in Baikonur to return to his home in Star City, Russia. The NASA and Russian landing team are now en route aboard their helicopters from Baikonur on the way to Dzhezkazgan, about a 2.5-hour flight. They will refuel those helicopters once they arrive in Dzhezkazgan in preparation to depart that location once again about the same time as the deorbit burn occurs tonight. They'll then set out for the landing site, about a 35-minute flight. These 3 crew members will be coming home to excellent weather, looking at around 61 degrees Fahrenheit at the landing site on the steppes of Kazakhstan, with clear skies and a little wind from the southeast. Upon landing, the crew will be extracted from the spacecraft and placed into chairs to get their land legs back and regain their equilibrium after half a year for Oleg and Meir to experience gravity for the first time, and then in Drew Morgan's case, 9 months.
Moscow Station, space to ground 1. Go ahead. The files are on OCA. Copy. What's the name of the folder?
Video photo link for Moscow.
Video downlink from Moscow.
Извиняюсь.
And the folder name is?
Moscow taking place.
Moscow Station, base to ground 1.
Связи.
Go ahead.
Я просто файлы положил. Сделать через папку.
I just put the files on there. You want me to create a separate folder for those files? Yeah, usually we ask you to create a separate folder so we know which folder contains which files.
Moving faster and further away from the International Space Station is Soyuz MS-15, thanks to that separation burn 1 that occurred 3 minutes after its undocking from the Zvezda port tonight.
Вань, а название этого файла можете сказать? Или их там несколько?
Ivan, are there several files or just one? There are 2 files.
Файлы получили, да?
2 files.
Два файла, да. SSC2.
Yes, SSC2-2020 01 50 51 MPEG. And the second one is SSC2 2020 0417 02 03 37.
Принято. Спасибо.
Copy, thank you.
This view coming live from the International Space Station, and though Soyuz continues to move farther away from the station, we still have communications with the spacecraft. That won't be lost until just a little bit after the deorbit burn, as the crew enters the plasma regime, when temperatures of about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit will build up around the descent module, being ablated by the heat shield and protecting the crew of Jessica Meir, Oleg Skripochka, and Andrew Morgan inside. And all systems were nominal during the undocking tonight, things moving smoothly for Soyuz as it continues back toward Earth, returning 3 of its residents. Soyuz landing tonight is expected at 12:16 a.m. Central Time, actually on April 17th, and 1:16 a.m. Eastern Time at 47.19 degrees north latitude, 69.34 degrees east longitude. That puts the spacecraft about 92 miles away from the town of Dzhezkazgan.
Московская станция SB1.
На связи.
Moscow Station, base to ground 1. The pictures of the docking interface are in folder Soyuz 744, and the interface looks very clean and pristine, no damages or faults to report.
Если будешь готов, то есть добро, можно переводить КВД в закрытое положение.
And Anatoly, we copy that. And you are go to switch the position.
Можно переводить КВД ПРК-ТК в положение.
Position of ПРК-ТК, PEV in closed position.
Принято.
Copy, closing КВД ПРК-ТК. Copy.
And since the Soyuz MS-15 undocked at 8:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time while the station was flying over eastern Mongolia, it is now on its journey home. The next step for Soyuz will be the deorbit burn, scheduled for 11:22 p.m. Central Time, and we'll be live on air to show you that at 11 p.m. Central Time, so please join us. 12:16 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, April 17th, is the projected landing time for Soyuz in south of Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, about 92 miles away. In the meantime, the prime NASA crew has arrived by helicopter to Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. The next steps for them to have their helicopters refueled in preparation to depart for the landing site at about the same time as that deorbit burn at 11:22 p.m. Central Time. We're going to take a quick break and come back at 11 p.m. Central. We hope that you'll join us for the landing of this crew with Oleg Skripochka, Jessica Meir, and Andrew Morgan. Thanks for joining us. This is Mission Control Houston.
And we're back on voice. Hello, everybody. Do we have music? I do not know. Where's my music? There's my music. All right, welcome back. So it is not over. We are in an intermission before the deorbit burn happens in, well, the coverage for that begins in less than 2 hours, in about an hour and 40 minutes. Let me mute my voice so I'm not talking over myself. That'd be good. So, now that we're back, let me know if you have any lingering questions. And I'll see what I can do. Soyuz going to... Okay. Milano Walter asks, speaking of relative position, is Soyuz going ahead of the ISS or falling behind? So in order to lower its orbit, it is going to slow down, and therefore it will fall behind the ISS in the direction that the ISS is moving. Jessica's gone. Winter hell, the name of the town is Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. So, yeah, I suppose it does kind of sound like Jessica's gone, but let's see. So, oh yes, the beta zone, astronauts and cosmonauts on returning from an extended orbit. Sorry, I'm trying to get this thing symmetrical. Do have to adjust to gravity again. If you've ever seen The Expanse, when the Martians come and visit the Earth, they, of course, they were raised their whole lives in low gravity, in the lower gravity of Mars. But anyway, when they set foot on the Earth, they collapse because their bodies aren't used to the weight that they're now experiencing. Of course, they also experienced that same gravity when they were in the ship that they landed on, but as for these astronauts, they exercise 2 hours daily, and that is in microgravity, but they use strap downs to create resistance, and so they do resistive exercises, and until we have rotating habitats up there generating simulated gravity with centrifugal force, that's the best we can do. Joe Pela asks if the ISS will fall like Skylab. Well, Skylab came down in a less than ideal manner, but so here's the thing: all orbits degrade. Lower orbits degrade faster because there's more stray oxygen and other molecules of atmosphere to drag on the craft and cause it to slow down. Plus, the space station is huge. It's roughly the length and width of a football field, which I'm not sure what the regulation length of a soccer / football pitch is, but in any case, pretty big, and so it has a lot of surface area with the solar arrays, and so its orbit degrades over time. Over the course of days, it will lower down hundreds of meters, and they have to bump it back up with thrusters. If they don't do that, it would eventually deorbit. It would take a while, but it would in fact deorbit. As for end of life, I sure hope they don't deorbit it. It's a lot more use to us up there than it is burned up in the atmosphere or resting at the bottom of the Pacific somewhere in the satellite graveyard. But that will, as for what to do with the ISS after its commissioned life is done, that is a political decision, because it costs money to keep it up there, but and the money comes from the government. So unless some private organization takes it over, its fate will ultimately be determined by lawmakers. Ross and Flat Earth Comic, play nice. Also, this is the internet, so you know, come equipped with a thick skin or prepare to be offended. Window shot from the capsule on re-entry. Not usually, no. I don't think they have. I mean, there have been, like on the space shuttle, and I don't know what all craft have had video views outside the capsule or from within the capsule during descent. In any case, coming back down through the atmosphere, they lose radio communications because of the plasma shield that gets generated around the craft from the incredible heat from friction with the atmosphere. So that plasma sheath actually, or as they call it, the plasma regime, prevents radio communications from getting through. It blocks the signals. So any video you see from inside, like the space shuttle cockpit as they're re-entering or whatever, is a recording that they obtained after the fact, because it can't be a live transmission. You simply can't transmit through that. And that's always been the case. Whenever any manned craft, or whenever any craft is descending through the atmosphere and generating a plasma sheath, all communications are lost with it. Are you not entertained? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Deorbit burn is... Okay, so the deorbit and landing coverage begins at midnight Eastern, which is in 1 hour and 32 minutes. As you can see in the countdown at the top of this video. I should have just looked there instead of trying to do math. So the deorbit burn happens 23 minutes after that, and then another, what, 50, whatever, do the math, less than an hour after this, so 53 minutes, 55 minutes, anyway, less than an hour after that, they'll be on the ground. So deorbit burn is in about 2 hours. Chris V asks, could they not tow a small antenna behind them? I don't know if you've ever seen video of like the plasma streaming behind a spacecraft that's re-entering, but I mean it streams for a ways behind the craft, and I think that the plasma I think it's not just a matter of being inside the plasma. I think the plasma actually generates electromagnetic noise that prevents any nearby signals from. It's an interesting question. I don't know. I'm not a physicist, so I would have to do some looking around to see if there's more information on the behavior and the effects of the plasma sheath. Because, I mean, communications are very important, and so, you know, in every space mission, in every manned space mission, when the astronauts return, there's a period of loss of communications, and that isn't ideal because you want to maintain communications as much as possible. Plasma sheath. Dangerous to re-enter. Okay, so Raul Lopez is asking about space junk and the hazards it poses to re-entry. So the ISS is in a pretty low orbit. Most satellites orbit higher than the ISS, and most trash also is above the ISS. Trash that's very much below the ISS has probably already deorbited. Stuff doesn't stay in low Earth orbit for very long before it experiences atmospheric drag, slows down, and then burns up. And as far as if there are any objects up there which could pose a hazard, I mean, anything above like a centimeter in size is being tracked by multiple radar installations and other means, optical and radar and infrared, whatever. They have multiple tools looking at the sky above us. NORAD and other organizations, they monitor this space junk and objects in space to make sure that they know where everything is, where it's going, and they can adjust trajectories accordingly. Chris Emad asks, is it true that the ISS will retire by 2025? So what we know is the current commission date of the ISS is a few years from now, 2025, 2027, something like that. I don't remember the exact date. As for what will happen after that date, I mean, they say that Opportunity was only designed to work for, 30 days, and it lasted for however many years. So I don't know. I mean, it all depends on the politics and whether a private entity steps in and takes over, or whether there's the political will to keep spending money to keep it up there. Again, I am all for keeping the ISS up there. In the grand scheme of things, you know, it really doesn't cost that much. I mean, sending humans to and from it is pretty expensive, but simply keeping it up in orbit, I mean, we don't even need humans for that. That can be completely automated. And it's a great resource for us, and I think that it should remain in orbit. But I don't make the decisions, and I don't have the money, so we will all just have to wait and see. Keith Hines asks what happens to the rest of the Soyuz. So what detaches from the space station is the the crew capsule, as well as it comes in two sections essentially, and I don't remember the official names, but there's two sections. There's the crew capsule, which is the part that they come down on, they come down in, that comes down on parachutes, and then there's the service module, or the other half, which gets jettisoned, and that will burn up, and that's also the portion that contains the solar arrays. And that will burn up. So only the small crew capsule will land gracefully, and the other part will either burn up or land somewhere, you know. I'm actually not sure if the Soyuz completely burns up or if some of it does make it to the ground. But I know the Russians aren't too terribly concerned about you know, I mean, that when they launch Soyuz rockets from the middle of Kazakhstan, which, albeit sparsely populated, you know, is still dry land, and so spent Soyuz stages and solid rocket boosters sort of rain down across the landscape on a regular basis. As for why Russia didn't set up launch facilities like on their eastern coast, probably because it's bloody far away from the center of power in Moscow, and even though Kazakhstan is not very close to there either, but it's also closer to the equator somewhat than most of the former Soviet Union, so they get a little bit of a boost to equatorial trajectories from that. Phoenix is tired of the ISS. Let's get rid of it. Okay. Screw that ISS. Maria Kutajan is asking, is there a possibility of building other space stations other than on the moon? I mean, there's a possibility of building whatever we want. I mean, we could build a lunar gateway. We could expand the ISS. We could build a lunar base. We could build multiple lunar bases. It is primarily a function of political will and constituent interest. I mean, if it can be pitched as a jobs program, then it has a better chance of being funded. If people remain enthusiastic about space and they find it fascinating and inspiring, then the public interest will tend to fuel, you know, funding, because there's an interest in it. But that's the thing, is we have the we have the capability. Oh my. We have the capability to do anything we want. What's limiting us is the funding, which is one reason why reusability and efficiency and frugality are important, which is why SpaceX is such an essential player nowadays, because they're providing launch services for much cheaper than anybody else, and for equivalent lift capability. And Yeah, so hopefully they're able to stop. I mean, hopefully they're able to get past their tank implosion issues with Starship and actually get it off the ground and functioning, so that we can move boldly into the future that we all want of cheap, reusable space flight. Fahara Zamorano asks, aren't Elon and Branson, referring to Richard Branson of Virgin Galactic and Virgin everything else, doing private trips already? So private space trips have been sponsored by Virgin Galactic on their sort of hybrid rocket plane, Spaceship One / whatever, and also the Russian government on Soyuz spacecraft. SpaceX has not yet sent any humans to space, and so there have not yet been any SpaceX space tourists. Similarly, Blue Origin, they launched their New Shepard suborbital rocket up to the edge of space every now and then, and they have not yet. I mean, it's designed for human passengers. They haven't yet carried any human passengers. So once that starts happening, then we'll have much more space tourists than we've had thus far. The first space tourist was Dennis Tito back in 2002, I think. He paid I don't know, $50 million or something to ride on a Soyuz. Or 20 million. It's a lot more millions than I have, so which would be 0 million. Rolando says, Jacqueline asks if I've ever seen a UFO. Well, I imagine I've seen things flying that I couldn't identify. Therefore, by the strict definition of unidentified flying objects, I suppose you could say I've seen them. But none of those things couldn't be explained by purely mundane explanations like airplanes or tricks of the light or whatever. So no, I haven't seen any UFOs. I mean, I used to be interested in UFOs. As a matter of fact, way back in 1997, I attended the International UFO Conference and Convention in Roswell, New Mexico, where I was stationed nearby at an Air Force base. And I went there with my mom, and I was, I attended the lectures, and I got to see all the famous ufologists speak, and I was very interested in that stuff. Over the years, I've become much more skeptical and reason-based in my thinking. And I even think back on the lectures that I listened to and the anecdotes and the stories that were told, and I'm coming up with all sorts of potential explanations for what was described. And a lot of them simply boil down to human perception is very subjective and very susceptible to misinterpretation. Humans are also very deceptive. People will do almost anything for attention. They will lie about their whole life experience to get 15 minutes of fame on TV. And so, there could be little green men flying around us, but playing footsie with the Air Force or whatever. But I personally don't think so. That doesn't make any logical sense, and I think that if there were some advanced species that were living in our vicinity, their presence would be much more obvious. And it would be more than just, you know, rednecks with shaky cams that caught them on video. Alright, let me see here. I have never been to space, Kevin Brown. Ionized radiation within the plasma. Thank you, Space Ace. Chuck Markham asks if there are cameras on MS-15 that will show separation. No, we don't get to see separation. As a matter of fact, we'll have primarily just radio voice contact from here on out until we see the ground view of the parachutes deployed in the capsule underneath. Phoenix asks who I am. The answer varies. I am either Batman or I am a meat popsicle. Those are my two answers. No, in reality, I'm just a software developer who has always loved space, and in response to Racer X, my background is, I mean, if you go back beyond my IT career, my background is Air Force intelligence. So I did have some involvement with the military once upon a time. Fahara Zamorano, no, I was not 12. I'm 44 now, so call that old if you want, but no. Compared to some, I am but a spring chicken. Plus, I'm very young at heart, I guess you could say. So that's what matters, right? Space Ace says SpaceX is going to try to do a manned flight in May. I sure hope so. I wish them Godspeed. Yeah, that's important. Well, NASA keeps, yes, that NASA's aim with the commercial program is to have multiple providers, and they are insistent that even if, and it is, I mean, even though Boeing Starliner is much more expensive than SpaceX Crew Dragon will be, nonetheless, they will still use that service because it's important that they have multiple service providers that they can use. Daniel, is this really the first time you've seen me? I've been here the whole time, not with the webcam on. Rolando, thanks for the Spanish translation there for Jacqueline. Tramp Fossil asks, why don't they update the parachutes? Do you mean SpaceX's parachutes or the Soyuz's parachutes? Space Kitten Wrench asks, what time is the Deorbit? So Deorbit coverage begins at midnight Eastern, and the Deorbit burn is, let me just click this thingy here. The deorbit burn is at 12:23 Eastern, and then landing is at 1:18 a.m. Eastern. So, this is GMT -4, so do the math. Kevin Brown asks, what do you think about SpaceX sending people to Mars? I think it's great. I mean, we still have technical hurdles to get over, like once we get people down into the gravity well of Mars, we've got to get them back up again, and we don't currently have a craft to do that. If they can get Starship up and running, then that'll be great, but they'll still need the fuel, and so we may need to do a Robert Zubrin style pre-positioning of automated fuel factories that will that will take the Martian atmosphere and convert it into fuel. But that seems years down the road to me. We're not going to see Mars people. We're not going to see boots on Mars for a long time. I know it would be great to have them, but it is just a large mountain that has to be scaled. And I mean, right now we can't even get regular missions to orbit because the whole world is on hold for a freaking microbe virus crap. All right. Phoenix says they've been trying to build a British rocket and launch pad, hopefully lipstick shaped, because that's the way to do it if you're making British rockets. Astronomy Films asked if he's the only channel I put on Raw Space Presents. I haven't done Raw Space Presents in a while because I'm busy, I'm lazy, a lot going on, single dad, so but I do need to get back to it because there's a lot of channels producing some really amazing stuff that I'd like to put in front of some new sets of eyes, and I think Raw Space Presents is a fun way to do that because it benefits both channels and it's some really great content. However, if there are copyrighted songs in those videos, I may have to pass because they ding the channel for that. YouTube copyright is bad juju. Fahara asks, what is the mood on the proposal to go back to the moon by 2024? I think 2024 is impossible. Personally. But, I mean, maybe 2026? 2028? Yeah, I think we could get to the moon by 2028. But, I mean, at the pace that development is happening, 2024, increasingly, as each day goes by, seems like a grossly unrealistic target. I'd say maybe 2028. That's my swag, my wild guess. Spotty Fluff asks, how many are on the moon right now? There are 0 humans on the moon. There have been 0 humans on the moon since 1972, when Apollo 17 lifted off from there. Venus lander would be cool, Phoenix. Trouble with Venus, it is a really harsh environment. It's like, 700 degrees and sulfuric acid rain, and it's a terrible, terrible environment that eats spacecraft for lunch and dinner. Oh, somebody's talking about Lagrange points. Orbital platform around Venus. Somehow there was a segue from Venus to Lagrange points. Okay. Lagrange points are awesome. Unfortunately, the L1 and L2 Lagrange points are only moderately stable. And so they require the use of fuel to keep spacecraft at those locations, and fuel is limited unless we can come up with a spacecraft design that gathers fuel particles from the solar wind or something like that. Any Lagrange point, any L1 or L2 Lagrange point orbit is going to be temporary in nature. and only last a few years. Venus is so angry. Rolando, thanks for coming. I appreciate your being here. And let's see. We do have some Venus pictures, some Venus surface pictures. They're not that great, and the spacecraft died within minutes of landing, within like an hour or two of landing because of the conditions there. What did I have to show? Let me see. I had an image. Oh yeah, I have an image I want to show you. I'm going to put it right over the top of my face. Give me a second here. It's an image that Christina Cook took of. So we have astronauts up there 24/7 for the last 20 years on the space station, and they take pictures during their free time or when there's, when they have an opportunity. Some of the astronauts choose to take a picture. And as Jessica Meir, who is currently in the Soyuz craft descending toward Earth's atmosphere, was ascending on this same Soyuz craft up to the station a few months ago, last year or whenever it was. My sense of time is totally off. Christina Cook, aboard the ISS, took a picture of her ascent, and it was beautiful. Let me... Oh, good heavens. Transform fit to screen. Nope, let's say stretch to screen. There we go. Check this out. So there we see the vapor trail from the Soyuz craft being illuminated by the sun, which is off beyond the horizon, and the exhaust plume from the Soyuz spreading out into the vacuum behind it. Anyway, I just thought that was a phenomenal picture, and I'm so glad that some of the astronauts take time out of their busy schedules to engage themselves artistically in taking photos and time lapses and videos, things like that for the rest of us to enjoy, because they have such a unique perspective that none of us will ever get to see. I mean, I shouldn't say never. I mean, we're in an age when within a few years, some of us might get to go up there, but relatively few. Let's see what happens. Oh, there we go. Ooh, look at that. There's my face. As if... Oh, hey, look, in Soyuz is... We got two Soyuzes. We got a Soyuz coming up and a Soyuz going down. That's a special view right there. All right. Revisiting the chat. Yeah, Apollo 13 anniversary. Yesterday was, I guess, is when they landed, right? Yeah, that's been going on all week. NASA's been showing videos of the Apollo 13 press conferences and documentaries, and yeah, so this is the 50th anniversary of Apollo 13, which is the one where, you may recall from the movie, the one where they had the oxygen tank stirring anomaly, and they had to abort their moon mission. Raymond Rosas asks if I have an update on the space elevator. So far as I'm aware, they're as cool as space elevators are in concept. So far as I'm aware, there are no concrete plans for a space elevator. We don't have the materials science to support that. I mean, because the anchor would need to be at, geostationary orbit, and we don't have a material that can, that has the tensile strength to not simply snap at that kind of length, with the kind of, forces that would be involved in keeping it relatively taut. I mean, there would also be, like, what happens if there's a storm down below? What happens if there's airplanes flying around? Run into the ribbon and destroy. I mean, yeah, space elevators, very cool idea. Lots of challenges. So, for now, it will stay within the realm of science fiction. Now, I did get a kick out of the space elevator portrayal in the Kim Stanley Robinson's Mars trilogy, Red Mars. They built a space. So in Red Mars, they made heavy use of robotics. They had robots building things autonomously. So they would basically, have a machine. They'd say build that tunnel, and it would build the tunnel, and then they could just let it go. Or in the case of the space elevator, they sent robots off to an asteroid. And they brought the asteroid back to Mars with, I think, a mass driver propulsion or something like that, and they used the material of the asteroid itself to. So you've got your asteroid here. They built the elevator increasingly long out of the material from the asteroid itself, and then once they reached Mars, they just brought it down and anchored the base at the southern edge of the caldera of Pavanis Mons, which is one of the three big volcanoes that are all in a line on Mars. They're all lined up sort of at that kind of an angle, and Pavanis Mons lies roughly on the equator. So anyway, there was some sort of political uprising, and some people ignited some explosives to decouple the space elevator from the asteroid anchor, and the asteroid flew off centrifugally, flew off away from Mars, and the space elevator began to fall. And because it wasn't just a ribbon of carbon, it was a thick, like, tower of carbon, like, it wasn't a ribbon, it was like I think it was, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet in diameter or something like that. It was huge. And anyway, it wrapped itself around the planet like 2.5 times and caused catastrophic destruction, which it basically created an equatorial band around the planet, like you'd see on a map, which was kind of amusing. But anyway, I found the whole story to be very fascinating. Read Kim Stanley Robinson's Mars trilogy if you can, if you like sort of hard science space stuff. It's very cool. Let's see. Beers all over the place. People are drinking beer. All right. Phoenix. A manned mission to the sun. Name checks out. Risen from the ashes. Except if we visited the sun, I don't think we'd be rising from any ashes. I mean, if we can deal with the 8,000 degree surface temperatures, maybe. But, I mean, that's even worse than Venus by a factor of more than 10. So, also the sun is the most difficult place in the solar system to get to because, I mean, Earth orbits the sun at about 66,000 miles per hour. And in order to get to the sun, you need to bleed off all of that 66,000 miles per hour. You need to counteract that. So your real enemy when you're trying to get in close to the sun is angular momentum. You know, what your orbit wants to do is, let's say my nose is the sun. All right, you got a circular. Oh God, can I do this? Oh, circular orbit around my nose. And then what your orbit wants to do is become more elliptical. Like the closer you get to the sun, you slingshot around it, and then you just go back out again. And getting actually close enough to the sun to where you can skim the atmosphere is very difficult. And even with Parker's Solar Probe, which is by far the fastest object that humans have ever launched, due to the orbital mechanics of gravity assists or gravity de-assists, I guess you could say, that it's getting from Venus in order to come in closer to the sun. You know, it's even at its closest approach will still be, what, 3 million miles from the sun, something like that? Which is 12 times the distance from here to the moon. Which is pretty dang close, but still. All right. So it is 11 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and there's about an hour left until the broadcast resumes from NASA. I'm going to go ahead and sign off so that I can get a proper drink and relax for a bit. I'll leave you with some music and then we shall reconvene here in about 55 minutes. So thank you all for coming, and keep it raw, folks.
suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream, and that you could, for example, have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time, or any length of time you wanted to have, then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now.
For joining us for the landing of the 3 crew members aboard the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skripochka, and NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan. After undocking at 8:53 p.m. Central Time from the Zvezda module aboard the International Space Station, the Soyuz is approaching the 32-kilometer distance away from the station, where it will conduct its deorbit burn, scheduled for 11:22 p.m. Central Time. Tonight, we'll be looking forward to the landing, scheduled for 12:16 a.m. Central Time on April 17th. I'm Leah Cheshire of NASA, and we're live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center. Teams on the ground tonight are being led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. To his right, you can see Capcom Andreas Mogensen, a European Space Agency astronaut. He's communicating with the astronauts still aboard the station. Meanwhile, the visiting vehicle officer, or Mike Campion, is keeping tabs of everything happening with the Soyuz vehicle now on its way home. You've got a live look here from the balcony of the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov. This is a town outside of Moscow that where the team will be controlling all of tonight's landing operations. Both the Houston and Moscow flight control teams are fully focused on the landing of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft, currently almost 19 miles away from the space station. Inside that spacecraft are NASA's Jessica Meir and Andrew Morgan, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skripochka, commander of the Soyuz spacecraft. Meanwhile, the landing team here on Earth is preparing to depart aboard helicopters for the landing site from the airfield in Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. The Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft that will serve as a sort of command and control center, relaying voice and data once the Soyuz is in range, has already departed Baikonur and is en route to the landing site about 2.5 hours away. After Soyuz hatch closure at 5:44 p.m. Central Time tonight, the crew performed leak checks and system checks, ensuring their spacecraft was ready to go, and then donned their white Sokol launch and entry suits. At 8:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, the hooks on the Soyuz spacecraft were opened, and it undocked from the station, taking with it Jessica Meir in the left seat as Board Engineer 1, Drew Morgan in the right seat as Board Engineer 2, and commander of the spacecraft, Oleg Skripochka, in the center seat.
And it's going to be at 07:14:32.
The Soyuz performed a successful separation burn 1, making it depart faster from the International Space Station, and now it's approaching that 19-mile distance necessary for it to execute the deorbit burn. That'll slow the Soyuz down by about 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of Earth's orbit and re-enter the atmosphere. As the Soyuz departed tonight, at the moment of undocking, Expedition 63 officially began aboard the International Space Station with NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy as the commander, joined by Roscosmos cosmonauts Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner, this crew having just arrived last week on the Soyuz MS-15 vehicle. They will be aboard until later this year in October. For a look at how tonight's events will unfold, let's take a look at this animation. Earlier, we saw the undocking of the spacecraft from the Zvezda module at 8:53 p.m. Central Time. The next thing is that deorbit burn, scheduled for 11:22 p.m. Central Time this evening. That burn will last 4 minutes and 41 seconds, dropping the Soyuz out of orbit and into the Earth's atmosphere. At 11:50, the three portions of the Soyuz will pyrotechnically separate, and the descent module will have its heat shield forward to the direction of travel, protecting the crew from the heat buildup reaching about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Once the crew is out of the plasma regime, a series of parachutes will open. First 2 pilot parachutes and then a drogue chute, and last the main chutes that will guide the spacecraft down in a 15-minute descent. Just about 2 seconds before the crew touches down on the steppe of Kazakhstan, there will be a soft engine firing, slowing it down just a bit more for a softer landing. The Soyuz will land about 92 miles southeast of the town of Dzhezkazgan. A reduced number of NASA personnel are supporting landing, some who were in Kazakhstan last week to support the Soyuz launch and were joined by a small NASA team that flew in on the Gulfstream plane to the city of Kyzylourda in central Kazakhstan. Because the airport in Karaganda, which is the normal staging location, was closed by Kazakhstan authorities, the Russian search and recovery forces reworked landing logistics and decided to stage landing operations with helicopters at the airport in Baikonur, since they were already there to support launch last week in event of a contingency. The NASA team has departed Baikonur and actually is in Dzhezkazgan, having departed earlier on helicopters. Tonight there will be 8 helicopters deployed. 2 are dispatched to the ballistic landing site east of Baikonur, and 6 are in Dzhezkazgan refueling, and they'll prepare to depart soon for the landing site, about a 35-minute flight. And an update, those helicopters are actually already en route to the landing site. They'll be arriving in a racetrack fashion, making an oval around the landing site and then landing sequentially once the capsule has landed. 2 Antonov fixed-wing aircraft are employed. One is in the area of the ballistic site, and the other, as we mentioned earlier, is already en route from Baikonur to the landing site. It will serve as sort of a command and control center between the spacecraft back to Russian mission control personnel. That'll relay voice and data from the Soyuz to the flight controllers at their mission control center, and it will be able to pick up that data from Soyuz once it is in range. After landing, the crew will return by Russian helicopters to the recovery staging city in Baikonur, which is about a 2.5-hour flight. And this is where the crew will split up after 6 months in orbit together. The NASA crew will move to ground transportation for about a 3-hour ride to the airport in Kyzylourda, where they will board a NASA plane located there for a flight back to Ellington Field in Houston. Skripochka will stay in Baikonur, where he will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, or GCTC, aircraft in Baikonur to return to his home in Star City, Russia. We're expecting good weather for landing today at about 61 degrees Fahrenheit with clear skies and some winds from the southeast. A nice welcome home for this crew that has spent so much time in space. Yesterday, Jessica Meir spoke about the extensive measures NASA has taken to ensure the safety of the landing team and, of course, the crew. Listen in to learn a little bit more about all of the preparations for their return trip to Earth.
Yeah, this situation has dramatically affected our plans. NASA has done an incredible job. Our support people on the ground have been working very hard to figure out even how to come pick us up. So, as you know, we launch in the Soyuz spacecraft from Baikonur in Kazakhstan, and we land in Kazakhstan as well. So normally what happens is a NASA aircraft comes over to pick us up and gets us back to Houston within 24 hours. But of course, even getting that NASA aircraft over there with all the international stops involved has been quite an effort. And we're taking a different path. It's going to be kind of like a planes, trains, and automobiles scenario where I think we're going to even end up riding in an ambulance for several hours across the Kazakh steppe in order to get to our airplane plane. So it'll be a little bit different than normal, but this is the first time landing for both me and my crewmate Drew Morgan, so we don't really have anything to compare it to. It'll just be the way that it is for us. Once we get home, normally we have, a little bit of a quarantine period, which has been a little bit soft in the past in terms of we can still kind of go about our daily routine. But because one of the hallmarks of spaceflight physiologically is actually a dysregulation of our immune system, we actually can come back potentially a bit immunocompromised. So of course that makes everybody at NASA concerned, and they want to make sure that they keep us safe and healthy. So we'll have a more strict quarantine this time, where we'll be actually staying and living at NASA for at least a week after we land, with very limited access to make sure that we remain healthy as well.
NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan actually launched on July 20th, 2019, the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 lunar landing. Today, he, Jessica Meir, and Oleg Skripochka land 50 years to the day of the Apollo 13 safe landing. In 1970, 50 years ago, the crisis was in space as flight controllers worked to bring the Apollo 13 crew safely home. 50 years later, things are a little more difficult on this side of the atmosphere as we navigate life during a pandemic. In both circumstances, we are united worldwide as we work to move forward to better days. We're about 10 minutes away from that deorbit burn, a 4-minute and 41-second burn that will bring the Soyuz, slowing it down by 128 meters per second. That's enough to drop it out of the Earth's atmosphere, or out of the Earth's orbit, which is exactly what we want tonight, to bring it home safely to the steppe of Kazakhstan. At the time of the deorbit burn, the Soyuz will be about 32 kilometers or 19 miles away from the International Space Station. About 5 minutes after that deorbit burn is completed, the orbital module, the bulbous portion on top of the descent module where the crew is seated, will be depressurized to vacuum. That sets up the systems for the pyrotechnic separation of the modules. Once the modules pyrotechnically separate, that orbital module will depart at 0.82 meters per second, and the propulsion module at the bottom will depart at 0.58 meters per second, leaving the descent module and the crew inside with their heat shield exposed in the direction of travel. That's important to note because the temperatures around the descent module will build up to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat shield will protect the astronauts inside as they enter that plasma regime. At that time, it's expected that we won't have any communications with the Soyuz crew, but those should be restored upon exit once the spacecraft is in range of the Antonov aircraft. You'll hear a beacon signal once that occurs, just before the parachute deployment and about 15 minutes prior to landing. The command to open the chutes should come about 2 minutes after midnight when the Soyuz is at an altitude of 6.5 miles. That command is triggered by a barometric pressure sensor at an altitude of 41,000 feet. 2 pilot parachutes are first deployed, the second of which extracts the drogue chute. The drogue chute is then released, and that measures about 24 square meters, slowing down the Soyuz from a descent rate of 230 meters a second down to 80 meters a second. The main parachute is then released, covering an area of 1,000 meters, a massive parachute. It allows the Soyuz to slow to a descent rate of 7.2 meters per second.
Oxygen.
Принято.
Copy.
Принято. Можно выдавать Т3, С9.
We copy all, and you can send T3 and S9 commands.
We'll be coming up on that deorbit burn at 11:22 p.m. Central Time. A little bit more about the crew until then. As we mentioned, Drew Morgan is actually wrapping up a 272-day mission aboard the International Space Station, his first mission to the space station, and the fourth longest single spaceflight by a U.S. astronaut. He also completed 7 spacewalks on this mission, with over 45 hours and 48 minutes outside the hatch.
Firing is going to be at 072132. Copy.
NASA astronaut Jessica Meir was on her first spaceflight this mission, racking up 205 days and 3 spacewalks, all completed with NASA astronaut Christina Koch for the first all-female spacewalks. Oleg Skripochka, the commander of today's Soyuz spacecraft and the commander of Expedition 62, added another 205 days, totaling his career flight time to 536 days in space. Meir and Skripochka added up about 86.9 million statute miles traveled around the Earth during their flight.
Сарматы, во время
Sarmate,
просьба вести репортаж.
please report during thruster firing.
30 секунд отработанной
Just let us know 30 seconds what was the
в норме и
impulse and what was the delta V and how much propellant was used. Copy.
About 5 minutes away now from that deorbit burn, committing Soyuz to deorbit and its journey home. Though 3 spacefarers are coming home tonight, 3 more are still living and working on the space station for about 6 months. That includes NASA's Chris Cassidy and Ivan Wagner and Anatoly Ivanishin of Roscosmos. This trio arrived just 8 days ago, beginning a journey scheduled to last until October, and they'll see the visit of the SpaceX Crew Dragon on its DM-2 mission, the first launch of humans from space since the retirement of the Space Shuttle in 2011. A good view here of the world map as the space station and Soyuz cross over the southern tip of Chile. The space station at 273 statute miles above the Earth, traveling about 17,500 miles per hour. The space station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. Just 2 minutes now until Soyuz's next major milestone, the deorbit burn, for 4 minutes and 41 seconds in duration. And we're about 1 minute away from that braking maneuver, the deorbit burn.
We're sending Dzhezkazgan command and SKD time. We are standing by for SKD activation in 30 seconds.
30 seconds until the deorbit burn.
We copy. And I confirm GSO 1 and 2 and combined GSO and SKD activation at 2:32.
And the deorbit burn is in progress. That retrograde firing lasting 4 minutes and 41 seconds. This will slow down the Soyuz spacecraft by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit and back into the Earth's atmosphere.
0:45, and I confirm SKD thruster firing. And we confirm that we used 30 kilograms of propellant and delta V was 14.8. We copy all.
Расход
1 minute.
1 minute into the deorbit burn.
Delta V
Принято.
is 28, and we've used up 0.62.
Минута 30.
1 minute 30.
Расход 90, скорость 40.
We used up 90. Delta V is 40.
Принято.
We copy.
Минуты, расход
2 minutes.
2 minutes into the deorbit burn, about 2 minutes and 41 seconds remaining.
And
Приняли.
I confirm we've used up 150. Delta V notable. Copy.
Расход
230. 156. Burn. Notable, and Delta V is 0.46. We copy.
Три минуты, расход
3 minutes.
87, импульс 82, ускорение 0,46.
The deorbit burn continues, and the crew is now committed to entry of the Earth's atmosphere.
Расход
330.
19, импульс 96, ускорение 0,47. Принято.
219 used up. burn 96, and Delta V is 047. We copy.
The commander reporting down to Russian Mission Control the amount of fuel that has been used so far for the deorbit burn. Everything proceeding smoothly.
4 minutes.
4 minutes into the deorbit burn, there will be 41 seconds left.
Used up 251 kilograms of propellant. Burn is 110, and Delta V is 047. We copy all. Four 30.
Deorbit burn almost complete.
Yes, GK.
Есть ГК.
We confirm GK. Thruster firing. Propellant used up 283. Burn 125. Delta V is 047. We copy all.
And at 11:27 p.m. Central Time, that deorbit burn is complete. The crew is committed to deorbiting and entering Earth's atmosphere. About 5 minutes from now, the orbital module, the bulbous module on top of the Soyuz, will be depressurized to vacuum, preparing for the pyrotechnic separation of the modules.
Confirm drop of the pressure in BO. And we confirm separation. We copy all.
And with that, 5 minutes from the start of the burn, the orbital module has been depressurized to vacuum.
We are working per page
55.
55.
Принято.
We copy.
Да.
Yes.
Да.
With the deorbit burn complete and depressurization of the orbital module, the next step for Soyuz will be the separation of the modules. That'll be at 11:50 p.m. Central Time. The orbital module will depart at 0.82 meters per second, and the propulsion module will depart at 0.58 meters per second, leaving behind only the descent module in which the crew is seated inside.
810. Stable.
КСС режим готовности. И отжать тангенты.
And please depress
Свести нажатием тангенты
the push to talk buttons, and that needs to be done at -6. Please make sure that your seats are primed. We copy.
Almost 3 minutes after the separation of the modules, the crew will begin to feel the first pulls of gravity during the entry interface. The first time that Andrew Morgan will have felt gravity in almost 9 months, and 6 months for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skripochka. Just about 20 minutes from that separation of the Soyuz modules, everything moving as planned for an on-time landing at 12:16 a.m. April 17th, Central Time. The returning Soyuz MS-15 crew of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is in the left seat of the Soyuz descent module. She's board engineer 1, serving as the backup to Oleg Skripochka, the Soyuz commander, in the middle seat. And on his right side, Drew Morgan, who just spent 272 days in space, in the right seat as board engineer 2. Meanwhile, on the ground, NASA and Russian search and recovery forces are in the air aboard the Russian Mi-8 helicopters on the way from Dzhezkazgan to the landing site, about 92 miles away. That's about a 35-minute flight, and they will circle the landing site in a racetrack fashion, awaiting for the arrival of the vehicle. Next milestone for Soyuz will be that module separation. And following that, they'll hit the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere about 3 minutes later. They'll then enter the plasma regime, which lasts about 5 minutes when the temperatures around the Soyuz spacecraft build to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. This is that time that we expect to lose communication between the Soyuz and the ground teams. But those will be restored upon the exit of the plasma regime when the Soyuz spacecraft is in range of that Antonov 26 aircraft on its way to the landing site from Baikonur.
Москва с Арматом, давление высоко 10, стабильно, ВО 0.
Moscow, this is Sarmate. BO pressure is 0 and descent module pressure is stable. We copy.
Everything moving along as planned for Soyuz tonight, about 15 minutes until module separation. You're looking at a live view of the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, a town just outside of Moscow, where teams are in communication with the Soyuz crew. You may hear this team refer to the Soyuz MS-15 as Sarmat. That's the call sign that Oleg Skripochka, the commander of the spacecraft, chose for the Soyuz. It's been about 10 minutes since a successful completion of that deorbit burn, and we're looking at about 40 minutes until landing. Landing of the crew tonight will look a little bit different as it is usually staged out of the Karaganda location. That airport has been closed by Kazakhstan authorities, and so the landing is being staged out of Baikonur. That's about a 2.5-hour helicopter flight from the landing site. After landing, the crew will return by Russian helicopters to that staging city of Baikonur, and then will split up. The NASA crew will move in a 3-hour ride on the ground to the airport in Kyzylorda, where they will depart for Ellington Field in Houston aboard a Gulfstream aircraft. Meanwhile, Oleg Skripochka will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft in Baikonur to return to Star City, Russia. We're about 10 minutes away from module separation. Things will start moving very quickly for the Soyuz crew after that. At 11:53, they will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere, and then 2 minutes later move into the plasma regime. That plasma regime is when we expect to lose communications with the crew, and then they'll exit that regime at 12 at midnight Central Time, experiencing about 4 to 5 Gs at that time. That's the maximum G loads the crew should feel during their return to Earth tonight. 2 minutes after midnight, the command to open the parachutes will begin. We'll first see those 2 pilot parachutes, the second of which extracts the drogue chute. The drogue chute is then released, and that extracts the main parachute, covering an area of 1,000 meters. That'll slow the Soyuz to a descent rate of 7.2 meters per second. Just about 2 seconds before Soyuz touches down, its soft landing engines will fire. That's 6 engines to slow the Soyuz descent rate to 1.5 meters per second. Once again, landing is scheduled for 12:16 a.m. Central Time at 47.19 degrees north latitude, 69.34 degrees east longitude, about 92 miles away from Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan.
Тут Москва с Арматом.
Moscow, Sarmate.
Готовности.
Принято.
We closed our visors and we are ready. We copy.
Также с Армата достань.
Sarmate.
Рука.
Unintelligible.
Принято.
The crew has reported that they have closed their helmet visors as we are about 5 minutes away from the module separation of the Soyuz. The orbital module has already been depressurized to a vacuum, and the systems are ready for the pyrotechnic separation.
Please report if there is a possible calm pass. Please tell us what was the maximum G load at that time and report how you're feeling.
As the Soyuz approaches its module separation here on the ground, the helicopters are at the landing site, circling the landing zone in a racetrack fashion, having departed Dzhezkazgan earlier, about a 35-minute flight away. Once the spacecraft lands, the helicopters will then land sequentially and tend to the crew. Coming up on 2 minutes until module separation at 11:50 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Тут Москва с Арматом.
Moscow, Sarmate.
Разделение и выполняем спуск L5.
And we are confirming separation. We are sending L5 command. Copy.
Принято.
Unintelligible. We copy.
Only 1 minute remains until the Soyuz spacecraft is divided into 3 portions, the descent module pyrotechnically separating from the orbital module and propulsion module, preparing it for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
Принято.
Sarmate unintelligible. We copy Sarmate.
And we have module separation right on time. The descent module now apart from the orbital module and propulsion module on its way back to Earth. In about 3 minutes, the crew will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere. That'll be their first time to feel gravity in months. And then a minute and a half later, we'll see that heat ablated from the heat shield as they enter the plasma regime. That's when we will lose communication with the crew for about 5 minutes. About 2 minutes after midnight, the parachutes will deploy. 2 pilot parachutes first, and then the drogue chute and the main parachute, and then those soft landing engines firing just seconds before landing on the steppes of Kazakhstan. About 1 minute away until the crew enters the entry interface portion of their return, the first time to feel gravity. They could expect to feel about 4 to 5 Gs during this portion. The Soyuz crew of astronauts Andrew Morgan, Jessica Meir, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skripochka should now be in the entry interface portion of their return to Earth. At 11:55 p.m. Central Time, they will enter the plasma regime. This is when the temperatures will build to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit outside of the capsule, but the heat shield is protecting the astronaut and cosmonaut inside. Upon the exit from the plasma regime, the Soyuz will have the opportunity to restore its communication once it's in the range of the Antonov aircraft. We'll be looking to hear a beacon signal once that occurs. That'll be just before the parachute deployment, scheduled for 2 minutes after midnight. The Soyuz is now in that plasma regime. This should last about 5 minutes, and the astronauts are feeling the maximum G loads of 4 to 5 Gs, the most they will feel upon their return to Earth. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Mi-8 helicopters and the NASA and Russian crews are awaiting the spacecraft to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. The Soyuz spacecraft is now only about 20 minutes from landing, scheduled for 12:16 a.m. Central Time, on the steppes of Kazakhstan, about 92 miles away from Dzhezkazgan. About 2 minutes until the crew exits the plasma regime. And just moments away from the exit from the plasma regime for the crew and the end of the maximum G loads they will feel on their return to Earth. The crew should now be out of the plasma regime, and the next step for the Soyuz is to open those parachutes. That should happen at about 12:02 and 12 seconds Central Time.
Unintelligible.
And we've regained communications with the crew. They have reported that they are feeling well.
3, 2. Unintelligible.
Those data and flight voice being relayed from the Antonov fixed-wing aircraft flying near the landing site. In about 1 minute, Soyuz will open its parachutes, and we are currently about 15 minutes away from Soyuz landing. And the command to open the parachutes on the Soyuz should be coming right about now, as it is 6.5 miles above the Earth. The first of those parachutes will be 2 pilot parachutes, the second of which extracts the drogue chute. The drogue chute is then released, which measures 24 square meters. That'll slow the Soyuz down from a descent rate of 230 meters per second to just 80 meters per second. After the drogue chute is released, the main parachute will be released, covering an area of 1,000 meters. That slows the Soyuz to a descent rate of 7.2 meters per second. The harnesses on the main parachute will first allow the Soyuz to descend at an angle of 30 degrees to expel heat. It will then shift the Soyuz to a straight vertical descent. At about 21,325 feet above the Earth, a barometric pressure sensor starts a timer, triggering most of the remaining events in the landing sequence. Only 12 minutes away from a scheduled landing, under a clear blue sky for the Soyuz today. We would typically be seeing something called venting. All the valves will be vented to will be open to vent the hydrogen peroxide or H2O2 fuel for the entry control thrusters and the oxygen in the life support system tank. Due to this, a white vapor is emitted. That's a combination of the hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. That is intended to safe the vehicle for landing, so there aren't any hazardous gases remaining in the tanks when those soft landing thrusters fire just about 2 seconds before Soyuz touches down. Search and recovery teams are in communication with the Soyuz crew, and they continue to be feeling well during their descent to Earth. The crew is now about 10 minutes away from scheduled landing. It should be floating under clear and cloudless blue skies south of Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, about 92 miles southeast to be specific. That 7.2 foot wide and 6.9 foot high descent module suspended underneath a white and orange striped parachute covering an area of 1,000 meters and making the capsule below it appear pretty small. Ground teams reporting that the vehicle is in sight. We're about 8 minutes away from the scheduled landing of the Soyuz MS-15 crew. NASA's Jessica Meir and Andrew Morgan and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skripochka making their return to Earth. Search and recovery forces are currently in air in the Mi-8 helicopters, circling the landing site and awaiting for the vehicle to touch down.
Sarmate unintelligible.
And we are 6 minutes away from the scheduled landing of the Soyuz MS-15. The spacecraft should be currently hanging symmetrically underneath that orange and white striped main parachute rather than at the angle it was before to help it vent and expel heat.
Unintelligible. As you can hear, the search and recovery forces are in communication with the crew, still floating down to land about 92 miles southeast of Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, in the steppes, a very desolate area, but with great weather today, looking at about 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Soyuz will continue on its descent with its parachute. The next milestone and the last milestone before landing being that soft landing engine firing. That'll be 6 engines which will fire to slow the Soyuz descent rate to 1.5 meters per second when it's less than 1 meter above the ground. The Mi-8 helicopters have eyes on the vehicle. They are now following it to the landing site, and everyone reports that they are feeling well. Just 2 minutes away from the scheduled landing of the Soyuz MS-15.
about 1 minute away from the scheduled landing of Dzhezkazgan, Meir, Skripochka, and Andrew Morgan. We're awaiting confirmation of the landing of the Soyuz MS-15 crew. Again, we're waiting for confirmation of the return of Andrew Morgan, Skripochka, and Dzhezkazgan, Meir aboard the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft. We're without our usual landing footage today, and so we are awaiting that confirmation. And we have confirmed landing of the crew at approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 1:16 a.m. Eastern Time, and 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time, almost 5 hours after sunrise at the landing site. Jessica Meir, Oleg Skripochka, and Drew Morgan have returned. The vehicle has been reported by the Russian search and recovery forces to be on its side. Those Mi-8 helicopters should be landing near the vehicle shortly to extract the crew from the Soyuz module. To recap, the Soyuz MS-15 crew landed at approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 1:16 a.m. Eastern, and 11:16 a.m. local time, Kazakhstan time. The Russian search and recovery forces reported that the vehicle is on its side, and the Mi-8 helicopters have now landed and will begin the recovery process of the crew. This is a view of the Russian Mission Control Center. To recap, the Soyuz MS-15 is on the ground in Kazakhstan, having landed at its scheduled time, approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time. The vehicle landed on its side, as reported by Russian search and recovery forces, not an unprecedented landing. And the Mi-8 helicopters have now landed around the capsule and are working to retrieve and extract the crew. This is a view from the balcony of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow in a town of Koryov. This is where landing operations were controlled tonight. We continue to await information about the Soyuz crew and their landing after it touching down at approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time. Again, as we reported earlier, Russian search and recovery forces have reported that the Soyuz spacecraft is on its side. Again, not an unusual thing for the Soyuz. It landed and then was potentially pulled over by its orange and white parachute, that large parachute covering an area of 1,000 meters. We're hoping to get a video of the landing site to see some footage of the crew being extracted prior to their departure for Baikonur and eventually their respective homes in Houston, Texas, and Star City outside of Moscow. It was reported earlier that search and recovery forces are on the ground with the Soyuz capsule, having landed on those Mi-8 helicopters. They will first safe the vehicle and then begin extracting the crew. It'll be the first time outside in 6 months for Oleg Skripochka and Jessica Meir, and 9 months for NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan. Now with the 4th longest single duration mission for an American. And we have video at the landing site. You can see the Soyuz is indeed on its side, and search and recovery forces are working to extract the crew from the capsule. You can see the teams wearing masks. This is a precautionary measure. It's part of the pre-planned measures implemented by the Russian search and recovery forces in order to protect all involved in the recovery of the crew and the crew themselves.
We've got the commander.
And we've got a view of Commander Oleg Skripochka first out of the hatch.
Welcome back, guys. Please step away. Please keep the distance, as the president has told us. Oleg, you probably can't recognize anybody with all these masks.
Again, that's Commander Oleg Skripochka getting his first breath of fresh air in 6 months after having spent 205 days aboard the International Space Station, bringing his career total of days in space to 536.
Welcome back.
You can see Skripochka is seated outside of the capsule. It's a beautiful day at the landing site, about 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Once NASA astronauts Andrew Morgan and Jessica Meir are brought out of the capsule, they'll have a chance to sit down as well to regain their equilibrium after such a long time in microgravity before being moved to those helicopters.
Володя, камеру не дергай, держи. Ровно держи.
Где ты узнаешь, Олег? Узнаю. Особенно всех.
Oleg, do you recognize us?
Commander Oleg Skripochka now donning some sunglasses to help him readjust to that bright sunlight that he hasn't experienced in over 205 days.
Саня, уйди, Саня. Плавнее, не дергай, пожалуйста.
Put him right here, right here.
And now out of the capsule, NASA astronaut Dzhezkazgan Meir, having returned from 205 days in space, her first mission aboard the International Space Station.
Who's that? That's Jessica.
Dzhezkazgan Meir sharing some smiles as NASA flight doctors conduct a post-landing medical check. And we have the extraction of Andrew Morgan, having returned from 272 days aboard the International Space Station, almost 9 months on his first mission away from Earth. With that landing at approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time and 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time, Earth has regained 3 of its residents: Roscosmos' Oleg Skripochka and NASA's Dzhezkazgan Meir and Andrew Morgan. Crew members are now getting the chance to talk with family members on the phones. They will soon board helicopters in their white Sokol suits, those launch entry suits you see them wearing now. They will then change inside the helicopters for a 2.5-hour flight to Baikonur. That's where they'll split up for the first time in 6 months. Meir and Morgan will be driven to the NASA plane in Kyzylorda, and Skripochka will board the GCTC plane, or Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, in Baikonur. NASA astronaut Dzhezkazgan Meir back on Earth after 205 days and 3 historic spacewalks, the first all-female spacewalks with her friend and crewmate Christina Cook.
порядка, а у тебя дозиметр нет. Здесь, да, хорошо. Все, Куликова, дозиметр.
Миш, чуть-чуть в сторону.
Ребята, на заднем фоне.
And another look at NASA astronaut Drew Morgan smiling, getting his first breath of fresh air and the feeling of sunlight after 9 months aboard the International Space Station. You can see the NASA doctors conducting that post-landing medical check, ensuring everything is going well for Andrew Morgan and Jessica Meir after their return to Earth. The Soyuz spacecraft having touched down at approximately 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time. Commander Oleg Skripochka, no stranger to a return to Earth, wrapping up his third spaceflight with 536 total days in space.
Get these other two sets of vitals for the Mach-off. Yeah, I've got your sunglasses. Sorry, I don't want to make the pictures look bad by being
NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan reclining in his chair, regaining that equilibrium, those land legs, after 272 days in space. Next up, the crew will move to those helicopters for a 2.5-hour flight to Baikonur. They'll change out of their Sokol suits into some more comfortable flight suits along the way before splitting up upon landing and returning to their respective homes in Star City and Moscow and Houston, Texas.
Welcome home.
Right, are you ready, Ivan? Now, what about the tent? Sergei Arkadyevich.
Only 4 hours ago, this trio undocked from the Zvezda port of the International Space Station, the Soyuz performing well on the way down and bringing them to land about 92 miles southeast of Dzhezkazgan, Kazakhstan. That landing time confirmed at 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time, about 5 hours after sunrise at the landing site. The crew appearing to be doing well and in good spirits, and now Andrew Morgan speaking on the telephone, likely with family members. Some more smiles from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and first photos from return to Earth. And you now see Commander Oleg Skripochka being carried to some ATVs that will drive him a short distance to the Mi-8 helicopters. Once inside those helicopters, the crew will change out of their Sokol suits into more comfortable flight suits before returning to Baikonur.
You can probably put him in with a whole seat.
Skripochka already on his feet, climbing into that ATV and preparing for a helicopter ride of about 2.5 hours.
Careful, watch his head. Stop filming us.
Да, помогите. Туда, пошли. Так, лестницу берем. All right, Jessica, go now to the ATV. Давайте, давайте.
And Jessica Meir now being moved, waving at the camera on her way to an ATV that will also drive her just a very short distance to the helicopter waiting nearby. As we mentioned, a successful landing at a confirmed time of 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 11:16 a.m. local time, which is in Kazakhstan, about 5 hours after sunrise at the landing site. We just got a good view of the 3 crew members, Oleg Skripochka, commander of that Soyuz spacecraft, and NASA astronauts Andrew Morgan and Jessica Meir having been extracted from the Soyuz spacecraft. It did land and was then tilted to its side, but the crew appears to be feeling well. And their next step is to doff their Sokol suits, those white launch and entry suits, as soon as they arrive in those Mi-8 helicopters. Those helicopters will take them on a 2.5 to 3 hour flight to Baikonur. That's the staging city for tonight. And after landing, they will split up, Skripochka boarding a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center plane to Star City, Russia, and the NASA team going on about a 3-hour ride in some vehicles that will drive them to the NASA plane in Kieslorda for their flight home. You're looking at a live view in the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov outside of Moscow, where the teams controlled a successful landing operation of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft, bringing with it NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan, returning from 272 days in space, his first mission, as well as NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and commander of the Soyuz spacecraft Oleg Skripochka, both achieving 205 days on this mission. Landing was successful and touched down at 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time. The crew has been extracted from the vehicle. They will now board helicopters and make their way toward the staging city of Baikonur. Today's journey home for the Soyuz MS-15 and its crew of Andrew Morgan, Oleg Skripochka, and Jessica Meir began with the Soyuz hatch closer at 5:44 p.m. Central Time. Just a few hours later at 8:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, the hooks on the spacecraft were opened and the Soyuz MS-15 undocked from the station, taking with it its crew. All systems executed successfully tonight, and the Soyuz touched down on the Kazakhstan steppe at 12:16 a.m. Central Time, 11:16 a.m. Kazakhstan time. That brings Andrew Morgan's mission to an end after 272 days. He is now the holder of the title for the fourth longest single spaceflight by a U.S. astronaut. Jessica Meir's mission ended after 205 days, her first trip to the International Space Station, and commander of the Soyuz, Oleg Skripochka, ended his mission after 205 days aboard the space station as well, his third flight now totaling 536 days in his spaceflight career. The crew was successfully extracted from the Soyuz spacecraft, and the next steps for them are a 2.5 to 3 hour helicopter flight to Baikonur. They'll change out of those Sokol launch and entry suits into more comfortable flight suits, but after landing in Baikonur, the crew will split up for the first time in 6 months. Oleg Skripochka will board the GCTC plane back to Star City and his home, while the NASA team will move to ground vehicles that will take them to the NASA plane in Kizlorda for their flight back to Ellington Field in Houston. And with their landing tonight, Earth has regained 3 of its residents. And thanks for joining us on our journey. We'll wrap our coverage for the night. This is Mission Control Houston.